Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome here to the launch pad and our live launch coverage of Goes You launching aboard a SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket. We are counting down L minus 1 hour, 50 minutes, and counting until today's historic flight of a Falcon Heavy from historic Launch Complex 39A at NASA Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NASA and SpaceX are just getting ready to begin their live coverage, and of course, we will listen in to them for live updates as we continue through the last hour of the count. Falcon Heavy is vertical out at the pad, ready for today's flight. We have a 2-hour launch window, which is opening right now, and weather conditions are being like Florida in the summer. We have 30% chance of go for launch, which means we have a 70% chance of violation. Today's Falcon Heavy, you're looking at a live view of historic Launch Complex 39A, features 3 brand new Falcon 9 boosters, Booster 1087, Booster 1086, and Booster 1072, as well as a new fairing. 2 of the boosters, Falcon 9, Booster 1072, and 1086, will be attempted to recover back at landing zone 1 and 2. We want to say a big thank you to NASA and the Space Force for allowing our rocket chasers out to not only Launch Complex 39A, but landing zone 1 and 2. So make sure you stay tuned to our social media and Discord to see what we capture here today. We've got some exciting things that we hope will work out. L minus 59 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. Let's listen in to NASA Mission Control as we count down to launch.
That rocket off today. Of course, you're here because you've got an important NOAA satellite called GOES-U, which stands for Geostationary Operational Environmental Satellite. It's on the ground right now, but we got to get it into space. In order to do that, we got to launch it on a rocket. And once we do, this will help protect 1 billion people across the Americas.
Yeah, we rely on GOES satellites for real-time, 24/7 weather observation.
All right, we want to also put out a call for anybody who wants to talk with us, ask a question of Alec on social media.
And as always, if you guys have questions, you can send them in to us here at the Launchpad by sending them in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad. Take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from as well. We got Penny in North Carolina. Cassini is in Ohio. We got Nicholas in Texas. We got Luke also in Texas. It's great to see you here. We got Princess in Canada. Dylan's in Florida. And lots of people tuning in all over the world. Let us know in the chat. If you happen to take photos or videos of today's launch, make sure you tag us on social media for a chance to possibly be featured on the broadcast here today. Let's listen back in to the GOES-U broadcast for an update on the count.
Weather-wise as well, so let's send it over to Megan and Mick and get the latest.
Sorry, folks, we were pausing because we were hearing some chatter over the operational loops that you were just hearing, and that also just talked a little bit about what's happening right now. We are going to pause the clock, it sounds like.
Pausing the clock here at T-minus 58.6 before we get into this polling. They are still, as Daryl mentioned, looking at the weather. We have a small hole there that we can look at, and the team wants to discuss the weather that's going on out at the launch pad before they get into tanking. Because once we start loading propellants into the Falcon Heavy, we have committed to a T0 today. And so they want to make sure they've got everything correct.
We are counting down to a 21:26:00 Zulu 20.
So it sounds like they just moved the T0 to a 10 minutes later, and as you see, the clock just moved to T-minus 1 hour and 7 minutes. So they're going to continue to look at that to target that weather stuff. So things continuing to be fluid here with the launch team as they are doing their job and looking at every aspect of the launch vehicle, the weather, and all the constraints needed to get GOES-U safely lifted off today.
Yeah, to give people some context here, so we have a 2-hour launch window that opens at 5:16 p.m. Eastern Time. As you just heard, we had been targeting 5:16, the opening of that window for T0, but because of some weather concerns, that T0 is now moving 10 minutes from then. So let's take a look at the weather, what we've been talking about for the last 45 minutes and hearing being discussed by the launch team. Why don't we take a look at the weather right now? It is trending better, as Daryl said. 45 minutes ago, we were looking at a 30% chance of go because of the weather. Now that has increased to 60% go, and that is because some storms that the launch weather officers over at the U.S. Space Force were watching, they are staying more west than originally expected, right, Mick?
Yeah, absolutely. And the team, the United States Space Force Range Ops, is constantly monitoring this weather and talking to the NASA launch manager and the SpaceX launch director as they continue to monitor the weather for today's launch. We're seeing that east sea breeze come in off the coast of Florida and that west breeze come in, and they're colliding just a little bit outside of our Launch Complex 39A here. So the team wants to look at that and how the clouds are, annual clouds are building up, and things continue to move forward.
But the team is staying optimistic, again, just moving the T0 by 10 minutes. The farther and farther we do get into the 2-hour launch window, though, the weather does appear that it will deteriorate. It will continue to deteriorate because, as you said, there's an eastern breeze coming in, and then you have the storms on the west, and they are expecting some more storms to develop in our area. So really our opportunity to launch is earlier in this launch window.
Yeah, absolutely. Our launch weather officer from the Space Force has mentioned that things will get progressively worse through the launch window in a linear fashion. So his probability of violation will increase as we move in. So our best opportunity is here at the beginning of the window, and the team is taking this extra 10 minutes to look at things and make sure they can try to hit that sweet spot, that there's nothing there, and get ready to safely launch GOES-U.
Sure. So for those who might not know, Mick and I are sitting in the Mission Director Center in Hangar AE, which is one of the buildings on Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, just right next door to Kennedy Space Center, where we have a beautiful shot now of SpaceX's Falcon Heavy rocket with the GOES-U weather satellite safely between those two payload fairing halves that you see at the very top of the rocket. Here's a close-up shot of it there with the beautiful mission logo on there, as well as the NASA meatball. You can see some of the clouds in the sky right now. Honestly, here the weather seems great. And the team hoping that the weather does work out for us as the launch weather officers again continue.
And if you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view of Launch Complex 39A. I was just going to mention, we resynced our countdown to the 10-minute delay. NASA finally updated theirs there. So we are at L-minus 1 hour, 3 minutes, 40 seconds, and counting. Looks like they're going to do kind of a normal thing with SpaceX, which is slide the timeline 10-15 minutes at a time as they need to. We do have a 2-hour launch window here today, but as they just said, the weather deteriorates the more and more we get into that window. And we'll be coming back and forth between the live view and this view here, where we are looking at the live weather data coming in from NASA Kennedy Space Center on the current conditions. They're watching that weather in the region. One of the screens that'll go by is lightning and wind conditions. Obviously something we need to be monitoring here today is not only are we launching, but we are landing 2 rockets. It's all green across the board there, except for those 2 zones in the bottom corner that are a light watch, phase 1 watch for lightning. That means lightning is expected to enter one of those zones in the near future, but SpaceX monitoring these conditions. The thing is, once we have a go, no-go for propellant loading, we are locked in to a launch attempt with Falcon Heavy here today. Let's listen back in to NASA's commentators as we continue to count down to launch. You can keep sending in your comments and questions in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. We'll work on answering those live, and if you haven't yet, take a moment, hit that like button, share the stream as we count down to launch.
National meteorologist Ginger Z. Plus, into the eye of the storm, a NOAA hurricane hunter is here to tell us what it's like flying in 150-mile-per-hour winds to gather data for protecting the public during a hurricane. And we'll look back at the legacy of the GOES satellite and preview the next generation of storm tracking technology called GeoXO. And we also want to have a little fun along the way by inviting you to play GOES-U Bingo. You can get your own card by scanning the QR code that we're going to pop up here on the screen. We have bingo words across the card, and once you score bingo by hearing a word that's spoken on the broadcast, you just mark it on your card, and then when you hit that bingo, show it off on social media by tagging #ReadyToGoes. And some of those words, they could be said by Alec, they could be said by me, who knows? But you're playing bingo. All right, let's take a closer look at the GOES-U satellite, which is the 4th and last of the GOES-R series of satellites, which first launched back in 2016. GOES-U is about the size of a small school bus and weighs over 6,000 pounds. It has a 5-panel solar array that powers the satellite, its instruments, computers, data processors, sensors, and telecommunications equipment. GOES-U has 7 advanced instruments that can analyze weather hazards and environmental conditions, including hurricanes, lightning, space weather, and the magnetosphere, along with solar flares. And then all that data is relayed back to Earth. Alec, this satellite does a lot, and it gives us a lot of data.
Yeah, this is a large satellite. It's really an environmental observatory, and it's the most advanced of its kind.
And we have one right here on the desk. This is a model of one, a 1/25th scale, looking quite nice. It's all folded up, though, when it's in the rocket.
Yeah, in the fairing, it has to be secure and safe for launch. It's a rough environment to get up into space, but once it's there, we'll be ready to go.
All right, we continue to watch the weather to see how that's going to go today. The plan is for GOES-U to replace one of 2 GOES satellites already in orbit. One is GOES-East. And together, GOES-East and West, they protect more than 1 billion people here in the Western Hemisphere.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. Continuing to count down to launch, L-minus 59 minutes, 45 seconds, and counting. We're monitoring the timeline that SpaceX is running. That go, no go for propellant load expected at the 53-minute mark. We'll bring up our timeline on the side of the screen there. That is what we are running through. Falcon Heavy, is of course vertical at LC39A. But we are waiting for that go-no-go for prop load, which will lock us in to a launch opportunity. So the earlier we hear that confirm go for prop load, the better the chance we have for a launch here today. They did say weather is improved for the beginning of the window here, but the longer we go into the window, the more it deteriorates. So continuing to monitor those conditions. We're answering your guys' comments and questions. You can send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those live. We're glad to have you all here. For some of you talking about the NASA bingo, let us know in the chat. Is that something you would want TLP to do? We've actually talked about doing it in the past as something, if you get bingo, you get entered into a draw for a shirt or a discount on the shop or something. Let us know in the chat if that's something you'd want to see come here to the Launchpad Network on a more regular basis. Lots of people just tuning in, catching in. Glad to have so many of you joining us here today. We got Brian watching from Oregon. We got Michael in Detroit, Michigan. We got Per Jensen in Denmark. Jeff's in North Carolina. Great to have you here. Ricky, question, why is NASA using SpaceX and not ULA for a launch? So it goes into a competition. All these companies would bid for these contracts, and SpaceX is the one that won the contract for launching GOES-U. So it all comes down to a decision made many, many years before the satellites even finish being built and is ready for flight, and that is what we are launching on today, is a Falcon Heavy. This is very similar to how we see Project Kuiper that's supposed to launch on Atlas and Vulcan. That you may see that move around. They said they're going to launch some on Falcon 9 now, so it's all monitoring that. Let's listen in for an update on the weather.
Mission, and he is going to poll the team as to
Help us avoid some weather. Current new T0 will be 2126 Zulu, and based on the Elwell's report, we're looking at roughly about a 30% POV during that time to help us avoid a storm cell. That being said, I'd like to go ahead and conduct the propellant load and launch readiness poll for the NASA engineering team. NASA CE.
NASA CE, go.
SMA.
SMA, go.
SMD.
SMD is go for propellant load.
NASA MIM.
NASA MIM is go for propellant load.
LSP.
LSP's go.
The NASA engineering team is ready for propellant load and launch.
All right, great call out there. NASA's launch manager, Dr. Denton Gibson, confirming that NASA is ready to start loading propellants in just under 7 minutes, loading propellants into the SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket that you see right there on your screen. Also, what we just heard, which is great for us, again, the team has been watching the weather this whole time leading up to launch, and they said that by moving the T0 off of 5:16 p.m. Eastern to 5:26 p.m. Eastern, the chances of go for launch because of the weather increases to 70% go at that time, Mick.
Yeah, 30% POV. That's what you were thinking.
I was.
As the LWO reported out. And as you heard Dr. Gibson say, the team's working no other issues but weather. So that's good news. And getting ready to proceed into propellant load and getting RP1 loaded onto the 3 Falcon Heavy core boosters. And then we'll start with liquid oxygen, that densified liquid oxygen as we get into there for the cold temperatures. But this is good that they were able to adjust. That's the beauty of having a 2-hour window. They could adjust the time to meet where they need to for this weather, as Daryl said earlier, so we can hit that hole or that sweet spot in the anvil cloud. So looking good, and things are proceeding.
Yeah, they really did just, find a hole
Find
within
a
the
spot.
clouds, as you said, right?
Yeah.
Because at 5:16, the chances for go with weather had been 60%, and they were able to increase that to 70% go just by moving this T0 by 10 minutes. So as we proceed to our new T0 time, Mick and I are going to be following along with some of the fueling milestones. The next one coming up is going to be actually fueling the rocket, and that'll happen at T-minus 50 minutes, so about in 5 minutes. So we'll join you back for that. For now, Daryl and Alec, take it away.
All right, thank you, Megan and Mick. And just to repeat, our new T0 is 5:26 p.m. Eastern Time, a move of 10 minutes from the original T0 to give this launch team a better opportunity to get this rocket launched in the weather today. All right, we're going to break down the main instruments. We promised that, and well, we've got a beauty right here
On countdown 1.
in the middle, but let's take a listen to the launch team real quick.
And the limb.
Can you confirm the government team is ready to proceed with propellant loading?
The NASA team is ready to proceed with propellant load.
Copy, thank you.
Or that was SpaceX polling NASA to ask them for readiness, and they gave the go. So again, now we're back to our imager here. This is the workhorse of GOES, really,
Polling
Alec.
is complete, and we're go for propellant loading and launch.
Good milestone there. We're go for launch.
Awesome.
How does this thing work?
Yeah, so this is our advanced baseline imager. It's the primary imager on the satellite, and in fact, just about any time you've seen weather satellite imagery, like on the local newscast, it is most likely from our ABI on GO satellites.
The imagery that comes from this is so amazingly detailed. How does it do that?
Yeah, and so the door's right here. So all it sees the Earth through this window, and inside the door is super-cooled mirrors, and they're super-cooled by a cryo cooler. You can point to that. It's over here by you.
Here,
yeah, and it operates at about 80 Kelvin, which is like negative 350 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow, that's like super cryo cooled.
Yeah.
Why does it have to be cooled like that when it's in space?
It's a high definition instrument, and it's so precise that it's very sensitive to radiation from clouds and coming from the Earth. And so to pick up these fine measurements, it has to operate at a very, very cold temperature.
And so it does get warmed by the sun, as you mentioned, in space. The imagery which comes off this, we talked about this, is incredible. But it's not just storm clouds, which if you've ever, and I know you've seen a lot of this, like if you've seen imagery of a hurricane with this ABI, it is, hurricanes can do terrible damage, but they're beautiful imagery when it's all stitched together.
That's right. We can see right into the eye. We can see meso swirls within the eye of a hurricane. We also see hotspot detection of wildfires with the ABI. We're also looking at maybe a foggy morning or even fog at night was really hard to see with traditional old weather satellites, but now we can do it with the ABI.
Seeing fog at night, that's pretty incredible. And then you also mentioned the wildfires. So how small of a fire can you see with this?
You know, there have been at times that we've been able to see wildfires about the size of a
Falcon
large
Heavy
barn.
tanks are venting for the starboard propellant load.
This is the launch director with abort instructions. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count.
All right, there you heard the SpaceX launch director holding his poll. and getting everything moving towards propellant. So, but just to wrap the thought there on wildfires, I mean, you can see pretty small fires, and that allows you to contact emergency managers.
That's right, and often, especially for rural fires or deep in the forest, we often have fire detection from the ABI before local 911 calls.
How about that? That's amazing. All right, thank you for breaking that down for us, Alec. Let's now send it back to the room there at Hangar AE and check in with Mick and Megan.
Hey, thank you guys so much. Yes, we are expecting to begin tanking this rocket in about 38 seconds from now. We're targeting T minus 50 minutes for the beginning of propellant load of the Falcon Heavy rocket.
Yeah, we'll start flowing RP1 into the first stage, getting some rocket propellant number 1 or high-grade kerosene on board of all 3 boosters at the exact same time, filling them pretty quickly, and then we'll hear a call out later for LOX load, where we start putting liquid oxygen into the first stage boosters also. So this will be a moment where we have set our T0 for 5:26 p.m. tonight. This will confirm that for us.
The launch auto sequence has started.
And there we go. We heard them start the auto sequence for loading, it sounds like. So we should start RP1 into the 3 booster tanks. And we are seeing the telemetry on the rocket with the valves starting to fuel the 3 first core boosters. So things are looking good for us here, Megan, and the team is continuing to proceed forward with the count and working no other issues at this time.
That's fantastic news. And for those who are going to listen along for the rest of the broadcast, we are going to be hearing them fueling and giving updates on fueling of those 3 first stage boosters that we see there on the screen. PY and NY refer to the side boosters, and then CC is the center core. But as Mick said, those will be fueled all simultaneously, currently happening with RP1, which is rocket grade kerosene. So the next fuel that they'll propellant that they'll start fueling the rocket with is going to be liquid oxygen, and that is a super cold propellant that they're working with.
Yeah, absolutely. That densified LOX that SpaceX uses, they densify that down to super chilled minus 423 so that they can get as much liquid oxygen into the tank as possible. And that's a reason we now have picked our T0, because once we get it that cold and we start loading the vehicle with it, we can't recycle that into the window. Mm-hmm. So because of the boil off and the way liquid oxygen performs. So moving that forward, we're doing well. And you mentioned the PY and the NY. For us, for those listening, that's the negative Y and the positive Y that we refer to the side boosters on, due to the orientation that the vehicle is on the pad, that the team can analyze trajectory for the rocket when it lifts off, knowing what's going to happen to those side boosters later on tonight.
Mm-hmm. So here we go, guys. We are beginning to fuel the Falcon Heavy rocket with rocket grade kerosene, like we said, coming up at T-minus 45 minutes. That's when we'll start loading the super cold liquid oxygen. Super cold, I mean negative 341 degrees Fahrenheit. So a very delicate operation, one that is, as Mick has been saying, monitored by the team very closely. And because of those super cold temperatures, we have committed to, again, the new T0 of 5:26 p.m. Eastern Time. Liftoff of hopefully Goes You and Falcon Heavy from Launch Pad 39A here at Kennedy Space Center. You're seeing a great shot there from one of our cameras. But for now, let's send it back over to Daryl and Alec at the host desk.
All right, thank you very much. And earlier in the show, we asked you to submit your hashtag Ask NASA questions on social media. So now we want to take a moment to take some of those questions. Alec will be answering them. I'll be reading them. All right, first question up. Darren Priestley on X asks, what is the main driving force for the weather on Earth? Big question.
Yeah, it's the sun.
Sun.
The sun causes all of our weather, climate, sunlight, and the tilt of the Earth is dependent on the seasons. It all starts with the sun.
And I imagine water on Earth plays a role. But if you're talking about the main driving force, it's the sun.
Oh, sure. Yeah, globally it's the sun.
All right. Very good. And we have another question. Next up, we've got Robin Kim on Instagram, and she asks, how is it different, GOES-U that is, from other GOES satellites?
Yeah, GOES-U is the same as the other in the series, except for the addition of the C-Core. And we're excited about this C-Core instrument, the compact coronagraph. It's a historic first for NOAA. It's the first operational coronagraph. And yeah, that's our new instrument, and we're really looking forward to seeing it in action.
How many of this particular series have been launched? We mentioned this is the fourth, so there have been 4, right? Mm-hmm. And this goes back to 2016 when this particular technology came out?
This series, yeah, that's right. Once GOES-U is in space, it'll be renamed. Once it's in geostationary orbit, it'll be renamed GOES-19.
Right, very good. And then what happens to the existing satellite that was GOES East?
Yeah, currently we have GOES-16 in the GOES East position, and once GOES-U finishes checkout and is ready for replacement later next spring, we'll move GOES-16 into orbital storage, and it'll be a backup, a hot backup, in case there's any problems with either GOES West or GOES East.
It's always good to have a backup.
Yeah.
And how are you doing on bingo, by the way?
I don't know. Where are we at?
I already scored. I think I'm winning. One more question for social media. Let's hit it. This is the last one. INS on Instagram asks, why won't Europe be monitored by the satellite?
Stage 1, BY and NY launch load has started.
And those are the boosters loading LOX into the first stage boosters.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, we're moving. It's happening.
Yeah, this is a geostationary satellite, and so with GOES East and GOES West, we have complete coverage of the Western Hemisphere. It's a crucial piece of the geo ring. We have international partnerships, and so international partners have their own geostationary satellites, and they monitor other parts of the globe.
All right, thank you, Alec. And it's not too late to send in more questions. Just remember, you can go to #AskNASA on NASA's YouTube, Facebook, X, and Twitch platforms. All right, every rocket that launches from the Space Coast has a dedicated launch weather officer. And boy, that LWO, as they're called for short, is working hard today. That person is responsible for making the probability for go. So let's check in now with Philip Hargrove, who is with the 45th Weather Squadron's LWO, Melody Levin.
Thanks, Daryl. Yes, I'm here with Melody Lovin from the 45th Weather Squadron at Cape Canaveral. Thanks for being with me.
My pleasure.
Awesome. So you have an extensive background in meteorology. Can you tell us what makes launch weather forecasting so unique?
Absolutely. So before I was a launch weather officer with the 45th, I actually was a meteorologist with the National Weather Service. So that's kind of a general field where your job is to protect life and property, and your main goal is to really get the forecast right and to basically predict the best you can just severe weather risks and general chance of rain, temperatures, et cetera, but protection of life and property is your goal there. With being a launch weather officer, it's much more different. It's very focused exactly on the pad, how things are going to play out from the pad and 10 miles out from the pad. The other thing is I'm looking for threats that would never really affect the average person. So we all know that we can't launch into thunderstorms or any existing lightning, but what I'm looking for on launch day is the risk of triggered lightning from the rocket, because we're essentially sending the rocket, we're sending a charged rod into the sky. We've done half the work for the atmosphere already to produce that lightning. So we're looking for threats that generally would not be a threat to the average person on the ground. We're looking at possible anvil, which we know we already went no-go at one point today for the detached anvil rule. So they're really kind of convoluted threats in situations where it's very unique to this field.
Right, it seems pretty complex. So how does that % go number get determined?
Well, that's the key question, isn't it? So really what we do is we first diagnose the weather pattern. So we look at the situation, kind of like today we knew we would have some light westerly flow. Normally when we have westerly flow, that's bad news for us in the afternoon, which, of course, that's when we're launching today, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. roughly. So that's why we started with a high probability of violation. We generally, know that we're going to be above 50% because from a climatological perspective, we're likely to have thunderstorms during that time frame. And then we delve closer and we look at the finite differences today versus a general day in weather. So today we had much higher moisture than we normally do. So Initially, it seemed like our POV was up to 70%, but now we know locally we have a sea breeze boundary pushing inland that's helping us a little bit. So now our POV has dropped a little bit.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and excited to see this GOES satellite launch. Thank you, Melody. Back to you, Daryl.
All right, thank you very much, Philip and Melody. She's an LWO, as we mentioned. The LWO for the mission today is Brian Sizik, and he's been earning his paycheck today, helping SpaceX navigate the launch window. Of course, we slipped 10 minutes so that we can get a little bit better weather in the launch window. Now, GOES-U will warn us about severe weather here on Earth, but also space weather, like geomagnetic storms. And those can have implications for not only satellites and astronauts in space, but also communications, aviation, and electric power here on Earth. To improve solar weather forecasting, there's a brand new instrument called the Compact Coronagraph, or CCOR, and it's flying for the first time on GOES-U satellite. And this is a model of one. It seems like Alec brought like nearly every instrument from the satellite here. We really appreciate that. How does this thing work?
Oh yeah, we got a lot to show off. This is a real life size, real life model, and it also has a door. So the front end is here, and it's pointed at the sun to image the sun. This looks like a telescope. It is a telescope. The sun's really far away, and so to get a high resolution look at the sun, the information goes to the telescope. We have a little disc there in the middle that blocks out the light from the sun itself because we are trying to see the sun's atmosphere.
Mm. How does it improve solar weather forecasting?
That's right. So by understanding the corona, the sun's atmosphere, we're able to better see and understand the bursts that come from the sun. A lot of plasma and radiation coming towards Earth. And so we're seeing some of that now. Yeah, CME. And so some of these explosions, when they come towards Earth, they could scramble communications, they could cause blackout. They also trigger the beautiful northern lights.
And in this image that we're seeing right here, like it really starts lighting up. I mean, all of this energy coming at us. You mentioned the northern lights. We just had a pretty big solar event that lit up auroras across the country in areas that would never imagine, where you'd see northern lights.
Yeah, and around the world. My friend saw the northern lights in downtown London, outside of her apartment.
Wow.
I had a chance to catch them in Shenandoah National Park, outside D.C., and that was a really unique event. Seeing it coast to coast and down south like that was incredible.
It's amazing. People here in Florida took pictures that captured it, but I didn't see it. A lot of folks didn't actually see it in the sky. So I think by the time we got down this far south, it was hard to see. Well, this is a tremendous instrument, only on GOES-U, right?
That's right. And I mentioned earlier, it's a historic first for NOAA. This is the first time we've had an operational coronagraph. Our Space Weather Prediction Center in Boulder, Colorado, needs this information to issue space weather warnings. Like I mentioned earlier, space weather can affect communications, it can affect GPS, and it can impact even safe operations of satellites in space and even astronaut safety.
And the sun is the biggest contributor to solar radiation. Of course, solar radiation, all space radiation here on Earth and low Earth orbit. But NASA managers, well, they want to plan the Artemis II mission. If you haven't heard about it, going back to the moon, sending astronauts back to explore areas of the moon. They will need tools to forecast the radiation that is happening there, especially as it impacts crews' health. So here's now more on how GOES-U will play a role in our Artemis Moon Minute.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. We are continuing the countdown to launch of SpaceX's first Falcon Heavy launch of 2024. 3 brand new boosters are out on the pad, of course with a new second stage, ready to carry GOES-U, which will be re-identified once in position as GOES-19 once it reaches its final orbit. We are at 37 minutes and counting till launch. The first stage has begun receiving its RP-1 and liquid oxygen. The second stage will begin receiving its RP-1 here in just a couple of minutes. We are continuing to monitor those weather conditions all around the launch site as we continue through the count. As always, if you have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. We'll work on answering those live. You can keep sending those in. And we're continuing to look towards, there is an opportunity that depending on how the conditions go, that one of the GOES satellites may actually capture today's flight, dependent on how conditions are. So stay tuned to social media to see if it is able to capture that. Our team is out around the Space Coast. I know we've got teams at NASA Kennedy Space Center as well as Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Again, thank you to NASA and the Space Force for allowing our rocket chasers out into the field in preparation for flight early this morning to see Falcon Heavy out on the pad and to deploy some of our remote cameras. We're hoping those will all continue. Obviously, with the 10-minute delay, they should still be able to. And we are now locked in for this T0, 35 minutes, 50 seconds from now. The next two milestones on our timeline, that's when RP1 will begin loading onto the second stage. We're expecting that in the next minute or so. And then liquid oxygen will begin loading onto the second stage at 18 minutes, 30 seconds in the count. Otherwise, it's a really rather quiet count for Falcon Heavy. It's basically just 3 Falcon 9s at once, something we're a little more used to. And then we have engine chill at that 7-minute mark. As we continue to monitor, let's listen back in to NASA commentary as we count down the launch, but keep sending in those questions in the chat.
Expect SpaceX to begin loading RP1 or rocket-grade kerosene into the rocket's second stage. And there you go. That's the call out there. So now we are loading both RP1 and liquid oxygen into the Falcon Heavy rocket.
That is correct. We got RP1 and liquid oxygen going into the first stage 3 boosters, and we just started RP1 in the second stage. And we see RP1's about 50% on the 3 boosters, and liquid oxygen is roughly about 30% on the first stage. So getting ready to start that. Next thing we'll do is liquid oxygen on the second stage. So things progressing well as we head towards a 526 liftoff.
And so to get RP1 into the second stage, RP1 has to first flow through the strong back, right? And that's that structure on the side of the rocket. Right now it's behind the rocket from this view that you're seeing, but this is the structure that provides propellants and electricity to the rocket until just before launch. And at T-minus 22 minutes, you're going to hear a call out to chill down that strong back, and that's to get it ready to load the really, really cold liquid oxygen into the second stage.
Yeah, that minus 341 densified LOX that we want to start flowing up through the what we call the TE when we transport and erect the vehicle, and then call it the strong back once we're on the vehicle. We want to get those lines chilled down so that we can get that LOX into the second stage. So that's a very important step to make sure that we don't break anything and keep going with loading today.
Yeah, because if you don't chill down the strong back in preparation, we could do thermal shock to the system, right?
That's correct. Yeah, we don't want to do that as we load these propellants. We want to keep moving, but things are looking good, and the team is proceeding forward.
All right. And so the GOES-U satellite is bound for geostationary orbit. NASA's Philip Hargrove has the complicated trajectory needed to get it there.
I'm joined by LSP flight design analyst Mark Hammett. Thanks for being here, Mark.
Thanks for having me.
Well, let's talk a bit about the GOES-U mission trajectory. So the G in GOES stands for geostationary. Can you explain what that means?
A geostationary orbit is a circular orbit around the equator about 22,000, just over 22,000 miles in altitude above the Earth. What's unique about that number is at that altitude, it takes 24 hours to complete one revolution around the Earth. What else happens 24 hours, one revolution? The Earth rotates on its axis in 24 hours, or one day. So if you pair those two up, put the satellite above a particular location over the Earth, as the Earth rotates one revolution per day, and the satellite moves at that same rate, the satellite will remain over that location over the Earth. Stationary, geostationary. In terms of what we're going to see on launch day, we don't have the performance to take it all the way to the mission orbit. Instead, we're going to go to what we call a geostationary transfer orbit, or GTO. And what that basically means is we're going to take it the majority of the way there, and what's most important for them is to have the sun in a particular location during that ascent sequence. So as they perform their design of how those all maneuvers would map out, they determined what the launch time would be to put the sun in the proper location for that ascent sequence.
So for this mission, we know that there's a long coast after the second burn of the upper stage. Can you explain why it's designed that way?
Sure. Right. This is a 3-burn mission. As you can see, the first 2 burns mapped out here. Those 2 burns occur in about 28 minutes. After that, then we do have this long coast period, as you mentioned. It's about a 4-hour coast until we get to the location of that third burn. So we're going to get out here, we're going to do this burn, and we're going to raise that low side of the orbit from about 100 miles to about 10,000 miles in altitude. At the same time, you can see here the bend in the trajectory. We're also going to lower the inclination, or that angle with respect to the equator, from 27 degrees down to 4 degrees.
Thanks so much for explaining the trajectory to us. Great to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Since 1975, GOES satellites have provided continuous imagery and data on atmospheric conditions and solar activity, resulting in more accurate and timely weather forecasts. Here's more about the legacy of NOAA's weather satellites.
And as we continue to count, L-minus 30 minutes, 50 seconds, and counting. Taking a look back at the weather conditions there coming in from the GOES-U system and other satellites in orbit. You can see those clouds moving in on the Space Coast, but at the current T0, SpaceX believes they'll be able to thread a gap in the clouds and have a launch opportunity here today. Now that propellant loading is well underway, we are locked into today's launch attempt, so we'll be continuing to monitor the comms as they continue here. Timothy's asking, is the satellite that big that they have to use Falcon Heavy? Well, the fairing doesn't change. Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy use the same fairings, but it's its weight and where it needs to go. So because of its weight and that destination in its orbit, that geostationary transfer orbit, they do require the use of a Falcon Heavy to have that extra thrust to get it up rather than just a Falcon 9. So that is why they're using this vehicle here. If you're just joining us, you're looking at, in the bottom left of the right side of your screen, a live view of Launch Complex 39A at NASA Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we are now under 30 minutes and counting to the first Falcon Heavy of 2024. This will be the 9th Falcon Heavy launch in its history, with 17 total landings and 14 total reflights. But today, we got 3 brand new Falcon 9 boosters for the first stage. We have Booster 1072, which will come back to Landing Zone 1, Booster 1086 coming back to Landing Zone 2, and Booster 1087 that will be expended. So 1087 is that center core. That's why the center core does not have any landing legs or grid fins on it, as it'll be expended. Now the second stage, you may notice, has a gray area on the inner stage. That is to help keep more of the fuel chilled in preparation for being in orbit for longer duration missions. Now, the deployment of GOES-U won't happen for 4 hours and 30 minutes after liftoff. The side boosters will land back 8 minutes 11 seconds into flight. The second stage will have its first shutdown 8 minutes 23 seconds into flight, but then we go into a coast phase. We'll have another burn 26 minutes, 19 seconds into flight for about 25 seconds. Then a second coast phase. That coast phase will have a duration of 3 hours and 55 minutes approximately before a third burn will occur. That burn lasting again about 35 seconds ahead of payload deployment, about 9 minutes after that third burn. So due to that, they need to be able to keep the fuels chilled, so they have that gray insulation on there to help with that, with payload 4 hours, 30 minutes, 2 seconds into flight. We do believe that NASA is staying live for the deployment, so we're keeping an eye on that. They haven't said directly if they are or not, but should they stay live, we will of course stay live as well. That is our hope, as we do want to see this vehicle deployed. And I do believe a few years ago we did watch it deploy the last time. So we'll be continuing to monitor this as we count down to the launch here today. 27 minutes, 38 seconds, and counting. The next milestone on the timeline will be when we begin loading liquid oxygen onto the second stage. That'll occur in just under 10 minutes from now, but at this time, RP1 is loading onto both the first and second stage, and liquid oxygen onto the first stage. All first stages land. Well, one's expended into the ocean, and then 2 are landing back at landing zone 1 and 2. If you haven't yet, though, take a moment, engage that like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us, and continue sending in those questions. Mercury asking, is this 42B? We're looking at this as Launch Complex 39A at NASA Kennedy Space Center in Florida, right next to 39B, which is where they launch the Artemis missions with the Space Launch System. They're running through another video with some beautiful copyrighted music, but the moment that they wrap that up, we will, of course, patch them back in to listen live as we continue through the count here, as we continue to count down to the launch of Falcon Heavy from Launch Complex 39A. A big day down on the launch site, and we're glad to have you all joining us here for that. You can keep sending in your comments and questions in the chat by taking us at the launch pad. We'll work on answering those live. Does look like we may be able to actually have secured a updated clean feed here from down on the press site. So we'll work on patching that in as we continue to count down to launch here this afternoon. And there is a live look at Launch Complex 39A from the press site. And the big jumbo clock down at the press site there. You can see the wind conditions also with Falcon Heavy out in the background. I have watched a number of Falcon 9s launch from this site, and it is truly an incredible place to be out at that historic press site, so close to the launch vehicle. This view gives you a really great idea of just how close you feel to these vehicles, and it's always special to be out there. And so thank you to you for watching TLP and allowing us and our rocket chasers out into the field to bring you better coverage of everything space, but able to be at these amazing locations. As we continue to follow along in the count, we'll listen back into NASA commentary for more updates as we continue through the timeline here this afternoon.
It's that in situ data. It's the pressures, the temperatures, the humidities, the wind speed, the wind direction, the ocean sea surface temperature. All of this data we're able to collect with our aircraft as well as some of the instruments that we have on board. And all of that is vital for the forecasters.
All right. You've got some amazing video that you shared with us flying in a hurricane. We want to play that now, and you kind of talk to us about what it's like to fly inside a hurricane with 150 mile per hour winds.
So this video is from our WP3D Orion. That's actually flying through Hurricane Florence in 2018. And on the P3, it's kind of like being on a wooden roller coaster that's inside of an automatic car wash. So a lot of vibration, a lot of getting bounced around, wind and rain slapping against the windows.
There you are.
It can certainly be a bumpy ride, yes. Our Gulfstream 4 flies up above, around, and in front of the storm to sample the high altitude atmosphere, usually at 45,000 feet. And all of this data feeds into those forecasts that you see on TV of the spaghetti plots of all the different ways a storm can go. And the better data we can collect up in the air, the more accurate those forecasts are going to be.
Right there. Are you like catching some air right there? Looks like the bottom dropped out.
Yes, absolutely. You can get lightning a lot in these storms. You can certainly get some hefty bumps, a lot of turbulence, but it's exciting work and it's important work.
And we saw the G4 here today at the shuttle landing strip.
That's right. A lot of people got to check it out. You have one more tool that that you use, and that is a drone. I didn't even realize that we have a drone that's going to come flying in. Watch how this thing flies right into the set. See this? Thank you, John. Appreciate that.
There we go. Perfect.
In there. I didn't realize that you guys had tools like this. What do you do with this?
So this is newer technology. We've been launching these out of our P3 Orion the last couple of years, and so these are able to get down to altitudes that we can't safely get to in our aircraft. When we're flying through a hurricane, we won't fly below 5,000 feet, but these can get down to as low as 30 feet off of the ocean surface into what we call the boundary layer. That's where the ocean and the atmosphere are really interacting. That's where all of that energy is really flowing up into the storm. And so this can get us high resolution data at really low altitudes that we really can't get any other way.
How do they hold up? I mean, these are the most violent storms on Earth, and how does this guy do?
So typically these will we'll drop these in the eye where it's calmer. They can work their way into the eye wall, and when they do that, they tend to just follow the wind. So they're not trying to fight against the storm, they're just going with it.
I was about to say, I mean, that's amazing that they can hang in there for that long to get back data. You're a former, well, you're still a meteorologist. Do you recall using data like this, and how would you work it into a forecast?
Oh, anytime there's a landfall hurricane coming towards the U.S., we have the hurricane hunters up 24/7. We're tracking every observation, every pass. They're seeing the real-time changes, right? There's no other way to get it.
Absolutely.
So what's the craziest hurricane hunting story you can tell us, Nick?
2 years ago, into Hurricane Ian, as it was working its way towards the coast of Florida.
Cat 5 at one point?
We were flying through at the point when it briefly intensified to Category 5. Wow. We were in the eye wall for what was 10 minutes, made it into the eye, were able to mark the center, launch a drone into the eye of the storm, work our way back out. That flight was the bumpiest I've been on in the 8 years that I've been doing this.
What about the lightning? Could you see it while you were in the eye wall?
Lots of lightning. I think there were over like 1,000 lightning strikes in the eye wall over the course of a couple of hours there. It was a night mission, so you could really see it flashing. It was very impressive.
Lightning flashing every second, being blown all around in a plane, and how did you feel?
It was certainly one of the more tense missions that we've been on, but all of our crews are highly trained. Everyone on that aircraft is focused on doing the mission, doing it well, making sure that we're gathering the data safely and that we're doing it effectively.
Nick Underwood, Hurricane Hunter with NOAA. It was great having you here. Thanks for sharing your stories. Not as cool as a bounty hunter, but Hurricane Hunter, I mean,
That's
what's
the
bigger
vibe.
than a hurricane, right? Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much, Nick.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Well, back to talking weather satellites. GOES-U is the last of a generation that began with GOES-R. The next generation of NOAA's weather satellites will be GeoXO, or Geostationary Extended Observation. Here's more.
And if you're just joining us, you are looking at a live view on the left side of your screen of Falcon Heavy out at Launch Complex 39A, where fueling is now well underway. The next milestone will begin with liquid oxygen flowing onto the second stage. That expected to begin in about 90 seconds from now as we continue through the timeline here today. But we have seen that big vent now occur. That's that T-minus 20-minute vent, and that is when we see them preparing that strong back for the loading of the liquid oxygen onto the second stage. So everything continuing on a nominal timeline here today for liftoff as SpaceX works to thread that needle and launch. It looks to be an absolutely gorgeous day down on the launch site, but you have to remember, it's not always the conditions right at the pad that we're monitoring. There are conditions downrange where the flight will be flying through, as well as the first two boosters, the side boosters, are coming back to land at Cape Canaveral just a few miles downrange from the launch site. So all conditions have to be right for those to be able to occur and operate nominally. If you haven't yet, though, take a moment, engage that like button, share out the stream, continue to send in those questions. We're answering them in the chat. Ian's been answering a bunch of them. Thank you so much, Ian, our TLP comms director. So keep sending those in by tagging us so we can make sure we don't miss any of those as we continue to follow along and listen in to NASA's commentary and mission control for updates through the timeline. Now, looking after the liquid oxygen begins loading, the next milestone, major milestone in the count, will be engine chill. That is when the 27 Merlin 1D engines on the 3 first stages will begin chilling down in preparation for liftoff. This will be at that 7-minute mark, and that is in preparation for those engines to be ignited, just like we will see later in flight with the second stage. T-minus 18 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. That liquid oxygen loading on the second stage now underway, which means RP1 and liquid oxygen are loading onto both the first and second stages of the vehicle in preparation for flight here this afternoon. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad, and here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. So make sure you engage that subscribe button and never miss another live launch coverage. Listen in to NASA commentary and their special guest.
Satellite and Information Service. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for saying all those words in a correct order and everything.
It's a lot of words. We'll get into it. So, yeah, you're a leader in NOAA. Can you tell us what it feels like to be this close to liftoff?
I'll be honest, it is extremely exciting. This is my second GOES launch, but my third launch ever, and the excitement doesn't stop. I am so looking forward to the Falcon Heavy and feeling the rumble. I'm just so looking forward to that.
Definitely a unique launch vehicle. And can you tell us what makes the GOES-U satellite unique relative to the other satellites in the GOES-R series?
Oh, definitely. So GOES-R series was mostly focused on weather and sun aspects, but this GOES-U has the compact coronagraph, which is an amazing instrument capability that was built by the Naval Research Lab. And what it basically does is it's going to look at the sun and it's going to be able to see a coronal mass injection. And a scientist basically explained to me what that was in like really simple terms. He's like, Irene, think of it as the sun burping up a whole lot of plasma, a lot of gas, and it's coming straight at you. And what this is going to do, this instrument, the C-Core, is it's going to basically be able to see that and detect that. And as it comes closer to the Earth, we'll be able to determine through the Space Weather Prediction Center at NOAA if there's going to be a geomagnetic storm. And if there's a geomagnetic storm, are we going to be able to make sure that our power grid is okay, our astronauts are okay, all those wonderful things. And this satellite is the first satellite in our GOES-R series, which happens to be the last one for the GOES-R series, to have this capability. And I'm like super excited about that. But what's amazing is this is just opening the door for us to do more extended observations in the future GEO series for GeoXO. And in that series, we're going to go and actually do things in atmospheric composition. We're going to do things in ocean color and really push the boundaries in environmental intelligence. So this is just the beginning with GOES-U that happens to have C-Core, but our next generation of GeoXO, it's going to have some amazing instruments in there. But the other thing I don't want to forget that GOES-U is still doing is for weather prediction, right? It is the bread and butter for hurricane forecasts, for lightning, for fire weather, all of those things this satellite is capable of doing. So it's just going to be amazing to see this fourth bird launch.
Thank you so much. Awesome stuff today and awesome stuff ahead. Thank you so much, Irene. Back to you, Daryl.
Thank you both very much. T-minus 15 minutes and counting. When you get your local weather forecast, chances are data from GOES satellites help create it. And no one knows that better than meteorologist Ginger Z.
Hi there, Ginger Z here at the Good Morning America studios in the Weather Center. We've got a whole team of meteorologists, and I know that atmospheric scientists all over the country and the world are excited for GOES-U. I know we are. Of course, that high-res everything. We're going to look at that lightning data. We're so excited for the aerosol information. It's just going to help forecast. And of course, we cover all of the biggest disasters, the wildfires, all the way to hurricanes. GOES-U is going to be wonderful. I've been talking to the space weather folks, and that coronagraph, having a dedicated peek at the sun every single day, GOES-U is going to be big. And we can't wait for this launch. So go NOAA, go NASA, and go GOES-U.
All right, whenever there's a big launch, we have thousands of people joining us. But real quick about the Ginger Z thing. I mean, she talked about aerosols. Aerosols are detected on GOES-U, but it's going to be really big in the next generation, right?
Oh, that's right. Atmospheric composition instrument on GeoXO. We'll be able to see it even better.
All right, looking forward to that. Whenever there's a big launch, we have thousands of people visiting the Space Coast to feel and see the rocket firsthand, including a very special group that we want to show you right now. A special group. There they are, about 80 middle school students. How are they doing? Giving us a big old wave there. They're here as part of the Students to Launch initiative, and they got a lot of energy. This is in partnership with NASA. These middle school students have traveled from all over the country to see today's launch, including as far north as New York and Maine, as far west as Nebraska and North Dakota, and south to Texas. Students to Launch educates and inspires students across the U.S. to understand the challenges and objectives of spaceflight missions, which can sometimes lead to careers in aerospace and astronautics. And that has to be one of the most enthusiastic groups I've ever seen at launch.
No, they were at my hotel this morning.
Oh, they were?
Very excited. Yeah, breakfast was a blast.
And so are you excited?
Oh yeah, we're getting close. I can't believe it.
T-minus 13 minutes, just under 13 minutes and counting. There you see the rocket there. We've got a little bit of time to take a few more social questions. So let's pop one of those up now. You've been doing a great job, Alec, answering all of those. The question is, coming from Space Gal, why the U in the Goes You name?
Oh, on the ground, the sequence that we name them is letters. So we've had the Goes R series has had goes R, S, T. Now we're at U, and so once it reaches geostationary orbit, it'll be renamed Goes 19.
It's just part of the nomenclature about how you name it on the ground and what happens to it when it goes into space.
Yeah.
And we have a few more questions to get answered here as we look and watch the Falcon Heavy on the pad there, getting ready to go from Launch Pad 39A.
It's cooking.
Yep. That's that LOX that's condensing the warm air in the atmosphere. All right, so we have Samuelo asks, how long will this spacecraft be in operation?
Okay, so the operational life is 10 years. We expect performance longer than that. It's planned for a period of on-orbit storage, and so we should have 15 years of use, but really we expect to be even a little bit longer than that as long as fuel usage goes okay.
It was fascinating. I heard in the press conference yesterday, they said that additional performance comes from the fact that that Falcon Heavy right there has a lot of performance in it for this satellite, so it could stretch it out another 5 years, as you mentioned.
That's right. It'll save us. It could save us a lot of life, and yeah, we will still have our Goes R series satellites well into the 2030s.
All right, keep those questions coming. Use the hashtag AskNASA. We'll have time for one more question, if we can pop that up, as we count down T-minus 11 minutes and counting. Why Falcon Heavy and not Falcon 9?
Oh, man, this is a big satellite, and we're going to a big orbit to get up to geostationary 22,236 miles above the Earth. We need a big ride, and so what else than the Falcon Heavy?
Yeah, and I heard somebody from the Launch Services Program during yesterday's press conference say that Falcon 9 is right there at the limit of the weight of the Goes You satellite, so that Falcon Heavy gives it the additional performance it needs to go up. And so with just a few more minutes left, your thoughts, Alec, as we get down, ready to count the final minutes before liftoff.
Oh man, I'm bottled up. I can't wait to see it. It represents such a legacy for the program, and we're all excited to see this come together through the launch today.
All right, Alec and I are headed outside to watch the launch, and so we'll send it out to Megan and Mick for the remainder of the count and liftoff, and we'll see you again after the first burn of the second stage. Take it away.
Yeah, here we are at under 10 minutes from launch. Mick and I are going nowhere. We're staying inside here, inside the Mission Director Center, inside Hangar AE at nearby Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, because this is where we continue to monitor the launch team as we march towards that T0 of 5:26 p.m. Eastern Time here on the Florida Space Coast. So right now, Mick, the spacecraft team is beginning to transition the spacecraft to internal power. That's going to take a couple of minutes, right?
Yeah, spacecraft's working their procedures, verifying the health of the spacecraft, getting everything ready. They'll then transition around T-minus 6 minutes, 5 minutes. They'll transition to internal power, finish up that procedure, disconnecting from the ground power at the pad, and getting ready for launch today.
So the last time you guys were with us, the launch team has begun loading super cold liquid oxygen into the Heavy's second stage. That happened at T-minus 18 minutes. The next major fueling milestone, that's expected at T-minus 7 minutes, and that's when SpaceX will chill down the Heavy's 27 engines on the boosters to get ready for engine startup.
Yeah, just like we talked about on the strong back, the team needs to chill down those engines so that we don't provide a thermal shock to all 27 engines. A lot of power there. We heard Daryl and Alec talking about that, getting Goes You on its way. That's a very heavy satellite, so right on the cusp of a Falcon 9, but this Falcon Heavy is going to give a lot of performance today. And we're finishing up, Megan, as we're looking at the telemetry here. RP1 on the first stage is coming to fill levels, and LOX on the first stage is almost complete, and second stage LOX is about 50%. So we're proceeding very well with full fuel loading today, and things are going good.
That's awesome. And speaking of weather, we are launching a weather satellite, so we should talk about the launch weather. And we've been watching that in the hours leading up to our launch today. And right now we have great news to report. Launch weather is go for launch. We have found a hole within the some of the storms that are around our area. Launch Weather Officer Brian Cizik again confirming that we have found an opportunity to launch today at 5:26 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah, that team worked very quickly. Brian has definitely been very busy this afternoon, but working with Charlie Meyer, the SpaceX launch director, and Dr. Denton Gibson, the NASA launch manager, they moved our window 10 minutes, and they were able to find that sweet spot in the weather today to get things done. And we're hearing that RP1 loading is complete on one of the side boosters, and things are still progressing to completion of loading the Falcon Heavy.
In total, we are going to be loading 2.8 million pounds of propellant into the Falcon Heavy rocket that you see on Launch Pad 39A here at Kennedy Space Center. Again, so far we've heard call-outs that RP1 loading has been completed in the center booster as well as one of the side boosters. We expect to hear a call out that the third and final booster will be completed for fueling of RP1.
Yep, the team's still progressing, looking at the telemetry on the launch vehicle. Things are progressing very well. The data
Negative Y, fuel load complete.
And there we hear the negative Y, fuel load complete. So 2 side boosters and center core are complete with RP1, and they're finishing off liquid oxygen tanking into those 3 boosters. We should hear that here shortly, that LOX load will be complete as the spacecraft gets ready to go on internal power and continues processing their GOES-U satellite.
As with the spacecraft, we are also expecting the launch vehicle right now to be transitioning to internal power. Again, we are launching GOES-U today, the 4th and final weather satellite in the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's GOES-R series of satellites. And once operational, GOES-U will become GOES-East and provide continuous imagery and atmospheric measurements of the Western Hemisphere. It will monitor weather and environmental conditions in near real time, which is really critical for weather forecasting and severe storm tracking. T-minus 5 minutes and 10 seconds to liftoff.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad at L-5 minutes and counting. You're looking at a live view of historic Launch Complex 39A at NASA Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where engine chill is now well underway. Those 27 Merlin 1D engines are ready for launch. We've heard there on the mission control net that weather is go, but as always, we got one more go, no go poll to do, and that is you guys in the chat. So let's see that now. If you're not a TLP member yet, consider hitting that join button. 99 cents a month gets you access to those custom TLP launch emotes, gets your name green with that TLP helmet next to your name, but helps support us and expand our equipment to bring you even better coverage of everything space. We put some cameras out at risk today to try to get you some amazing views of the double booster landing, so make sure you stay tuned to our social media for that. L-4 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button, share out the stream as well. We're going to listen in to NASA and SpaceX Mission Control for the final minutes of the count. Go SpaceX, go Falcon Heavy, and GOES-U.
LD, everything's looking good on our end.
Copy that. Thank you.
Thumbs up from NASA, again, confirming that weather, right, was the big watch item, and that is not a constraint to launch right now.
Yep, the team has looked at all the data. Things continue to progress very well. Weather looks really good out there.
And countdown 1.
Dr. Gibson says things are good.
NASA is go for launch.
There we hear the final go for launch from Dr. Denton Gibson on the countdown net, and LOX load on one of the side boosters. There we hear the second call for LOX load complete on the 2 side boosters. LOX load is finishing up in the center core of the first stage booster, and then finishing up as we get down close to T0, the LOX load on second stage. So things progressing very well, Megan.
I do want to mention that Dr. Denton Gibson, this is his first launch as launch manager.
Yes, very happy to have him there. He has been doing very well as he stepped into the NOM position from his mission management position, and very happy to have him on console today as our launch manager for the GOES-U mission.
Stage 1, LOX load complete.
And there we hear the call out for stage 1. All 3 boosters now have RP1 and LOX on board, so we are just waiting for the remaining LOX to fill into the second stage LOX tank, and Falcon Heavy will be tanked and ready for launch.
And we expect them to finish fueling the second stage with liquid oxygen in about 20 seconds. With this
Stage
call out,
2, LOX load complete.
the Falcon Heavy rocket is completely filled with 2.8 million pounds of propellant.
Team has done very well to get to this point. We are so happy of everything's going, and as you can see on the screen right there, weather outside at Launch Complex 39 looks very good. We're about 1 minute and 50 seconds from launch, and the team's progressing down to get the flight computer ready to take over the launch vehicle. As you see there, Megan, the liquid oxygen being vented out, the plume from the humidity here in Florida. We get to see that looks like it breathes, and we just heard the call out for ground gas closeouts, which is finalizing and venting the ground lines that fill the pressure vessels in the Falcon Heavy, so that they're closing off all the ground connections, turning everything over to internal, getting the Falcon Heavy ready for liftoff.
And in a few seconds, we will arm the flight termination system, and Falcon will be in startup.
Falcon Heavy is in startup.
And that means the Falcon Heavy's flight computer is now in control and will guide the rocket through the last seconds before liftoff.
SpaceX launch director, go for launch.
All systems are go to send NOAA's GOES-U satellite into space to keep a watchful eye over the Western Hemisphere, helping scientists and meteorologists to issue timely warnings and forecasts.
T-minus 30 seconds.
This will be NASA's Launch Services Program's 16th mission for NOAA.
A great partnership over the years we've had. Looking forward to this launch.
15 seconds.
And here we go. 10,
T-minus 10.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Go, go, you.
Liftoff of GOES-U, NOAA's newest
Vehicle
weather
is pitching
satellite, to monitor the Earth and Sun in high definition.
Hear that all pressure's low. Engines look nominal. Things looking good as you see the Falcon Heavy soaring towards the heavens, all 27 vehicles.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Falcon Heavy is supersonic. Max Q.
cutoff will be referred to as BECO. We'll hear that call out. And then when the center core shuts off later in flight, we'll hear that called as main engine cutoff or MECO. Side boosters are performing, all boosters are performing nominally. Everything's looking good with the 27 Merlin engines.
Side booster separation confirmed.
There we see BECO and side booster.
MVAC chill.
Side booster separation. The MVAC is being chilled down, getting ready for ignition. Once the center core.
NY Boostback startup.
And there we heard the call out for Boostback startup.
A lot of things happening here. So again, we have the 2 boosters that are going to be returning to the Cape here, landing at landing zones 1 and 2. These 2 boosters have 3 burns, so we're seeing a Boostback burn
All
now.
vehicles are following nominal trajectories.
Essentially, these boosters have flipped back and are returning on a path to the Cape here. There will be 2 more burns, a re-entry burn and then a landing burn. And these are going to provide quite a show for folks that are here on the Space Coast, because you're going to hear those sonic booms, Mick.
Yeah, absolutely. We are looking forward to those sonic booms as the side boosters land at landing zone 1 and 2. We're about 26 seconds away from main engine cutoff and the center core separating. Once the center core separates, we will then have MVAC, which is the Merlin vacuum engine for space, start up and get ready for what we call SES-1. Number 1. Today we have 3 burns for this mission to get GOES-U's on its way, and this will be the first of those 3 burns.
PY Boostback shutdown.
There we hear the 2 side boosters have Boostback shut
MECO.
down.
And now we're going to watch live footage there. There you go, of MECO. Again, the core
and back ignition
booster separating from the second stage, and the MVAC engine on that second stage lighting up. You see that on the right side of your screen.
We're about 4 seconds from fairing deployment.
Fairing again is the two
All vehicles continue
halves.
to follow nominal trajectories.
Fairing separation confirmed.
And there we have confirmation the fairing has deployed. The fairings are brand new fairings for the GOES-U mission, and they will fall back to Earth and be recovered by the recovery ship Doug. But SpaceX will look to reuse those fairings on a future flight, along with the side boosters. As we see there, they're coming back to Earth to land on landing zone 1 and 2. So things are progressing very well here. We are about 1 minute and 23 seconds from what we call the entry burn, where the plus Y and NY side boosters will fire up their engines to start slowing down the vehicle as it gets ready for landing.
Yeah, a lot to watch. Again, the left side of your screen, we are tracking the boosters that are coming back to the Cape here. On the right side of your screen, that is the MVAC engine on the second stage that continues to burn as it makes its way into the correct orbit to drop off GOES-U later today.
Stage 1 FTS is safe. Stage 1 FTS is saved.
There we hear the autonomous flight termination system was saved as it returns back to Earth, making sure the vehicle is in a proper configuration for landing.
The second stage is currently taking GOES-U across the Atlantic towards southern Africa. And this is the first time, actually, a GOES satellite is launching on a Falcon Heavy. Only the second time NASA's Launch Services Program is using a Falcon Heavy.
Yeah, we launched our first Falcon Heavy with SpaceX back in October of 23 with the Psyche mission. And the side boosters actually that we used on the Psyche mission will be used for our future mission, Europa Clipper, this October. So brand new hardware today for GOES-U, and everything looks like it's performing very well. All the telemetry, everything looks nominal for the flight so far today.
Yeah, those who typically watch our launch broadcasts.
Entry burn startup.
There we heard the call out for entry burn startup. The vehicles are slowing. You can imagine this as a brake on your car where it starts slowing the boosters back down very quickly as they
NY entry burn shutdown.
And there we hear the shutdown as the boosters have slowed down. Next thing we will see is the landing burn.
NY FTS is saved.
At landing zone 1 and 2.
Beautiful
All
imagery
vehicles
again.
continue to follow nominal trajectories.
from the ground as we track those boosters make their way back to the Cape. We saw some birds fly into the camera's view as well.
Everybody wants to see the landing of
Exactly.
the side boosters. As we said earlier, Megan, the landing will be exciting for a lot of people to see. Getting 2 side boosters coming back to landing zone 1 and 2, we will get those sonic booms. I know that you here in the MDC, we will get some.
EY transonic.
We will
Stage
get
2 FTS is saved.
We will get some loud shaking right here in the Mission Director Center. I know a lot of people right here in Brevard will be excited when they hear the sonic booms.
EY landing burn.
Landing burns just started up.
Terminal guidance. Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
Wow, look at that. As it guides its way back down. Woo! Just heard the 2 sonic booms here in the room.
EY landing light deploy.
Our monitors shaking
That
as we
looks
watch
amazing.
these 2
that
boosters
is just
land.
awesome to see the 2 side boosters choreograph their way down to landing zone 1 and 2.
EY landing confirmed.
We have successful landing of the 2 side boosters. Everybody looks great on the landing zone 1 and 2 as MVAC continues its mission with this first burn. And there we heard the call out for SECO, which is SECO 1, second stage engine cutoff for this first burn. And things look very good. The trajectory looks, we hear the call out there that nominal orbit insertion, everything looks great on the second stage performance for this first burn, Megan.
Yeah, and what you're looking at now, everyone on your screen, is the trajectory for the second stage of the Falcon Heavy with GOES U. So again, it's making its way across the Atlantic towards southern Africa. This was the first of 3 burns for the second stage. The second stage will now coast for about 18 minutes before reigniting for its second burn. And if you look at the bottom of your screen there, we have a progress bar full of our milestones that we're covering during this live launch broadcast. And SES-2, that is that second burn we are talking about that will happen in, again, about 18 minutes from now. So Mick, as you said, so far so good. Really exciting launch.
Very exciting launch, and we got through that weather, and GOES U's on its way.
Yeah, very dramatic and appropriate weather.
Absolutely.
As we and the launch team navigated that to see us lift off from the Space Coast at 5:26 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, we'll be with you for some of the milestones that you see on the bottom of your screen. But for now, let's turn it back to the host desk. Daryl and Alec, take it away.
All right, thank you very much. If you're just joining us, welcome live to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we just saw GOES U launch from right here at the Kennedy Space Center from Launch Complex 39A. I'm with Alec Krautman, who is from NOAA. I am with NASA, and this was a heck of a launch. We watched it out there together. It was interesting. I mean, that rumble and that roar. What did you think?
Oh, man, what a view. How did we get this weather window? It was outstanding. It was beautiful out there.
It was fascinating. You made the point to show me, like, look behind you. Here's these massive clouds that have accumulated behind us, far enough off to the west. But then as we look to the east, it was totally clear. Saw the thing go up the whole way.
Yeah, it's rocking and rolling New Orlando, but we were all good here.
I tell you, you got to love Florida. Appreciate them holding off those storms long enough to get this thing going. Well, now the satellite is surviving the rigors of riding a rocket into space now, but we've got a long way to go, Alec. There's a lot more to do. We've got another short burn and then a long coast phase before we have separation. And then a NOAA team will start commissioning the satellite. So as we jump ahead in the timeline, what else does that involve?
Yeah, so these satellites will be operated out of our NOAA Satellite Operations Facility in Suitland, Maryland. And over the next several months, they'll be, first of all, letting the satellite do outgassing for a period of time, and then calibration and validating and checking out the instruments. And then we'll see first light with the various instruments later this fall.
All right, looking forward to that. And we'll keep chugging along here on our broadcast. In 2021, people living in southeast Louisiana were hit with catastrophic damage from Hurricane Ida. But there was fair warning of what was coming, thanks in part to high advanced resolution imagery from GOES satellites. Here's a closer look.
And just like that, SpaceX has successfully launched Falcon Heavy on its first flight of 2024 after successfully threading the needle. We're tracking the current location of the GOES-U spacecraft, currently in its first coast phase. That second burn set to begin 26 minutes 19 seconds into flight, lasting about 30 seconds or so, and we'll be continuing to follow along until payload deployment, 4 hours, 16 minutes from now. We'll continue to listen in to NASA and Mission Control for updates while we go through the timeline here today, waiting for payload deployment. We'll also continue to answer your guys' comments and questions, so you can keep sending those in the chat while we continue to follow along with NASA and the GOES-U mission. GOES-U, once arrives at its destination, it'll be renamed GOES-19, and it'll be taking over the GOES East placement. The current GOES East satellite, GOES-16, I believe they said, will then be moved into a storage orbit where it will stay available to be a backup for either GOES East or GOES West should they ultimately need it. But of course, their hope is that they never have to call upon it. We'll be continuing to follow all of those developments as we follow GOES-U to its deployment orbit here this afternoon. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us as we continue to follow along with NASA, and you can keep sending in your comments and questions in the chat.
Spacecraft and rockets so far. Let's check in now with NASA leadership. Philip Hargrove is with NASA's Sandra Connolly.
Yes, thank you, Daryl. I'm here with the Deputy Associate Administrator for NASA's Science Mission Directorate. Thank you so much for being here, Sandra.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, I mean, what a day, what a moment. What was the launch experience like?
You know, absolutely fabulous. Beautiful launch. I could not be more thrilled. I have to say, I'm privileged to have seen several launches. Gorgeous day, and I actually got to see those boosters land. Fabulous.
What a show. So beyond the launch itself, what's exciting about the GOES-U mission for you?
So GOES-U is so important. As you know, it's the fourth in a series of geostationary satellites that actually support our weather, whole weather forecasting system. And so they stare over the U.S. or over the actual whole Western Hemisphere and provide us really critical data as storms are forming and evolving so that we can be prepared in advance of, during, and actually support after storms occur. So it really is an important satellite system for us.
Awesome. Can you talk a little bit about this connection between NASA and NOAA and how that has developed over the years?
Yes. So we have had a partnership for 50 years with NOAA. We have been building these kind of spacecraft. We develop them, we launch them, we commission them, and then NOAA operates them. And it's to support both terrestrial and space weather. Space weather is basically the sun's sending energetic particles towards, well, it's throughout the solar system, but it's when it comes towards the Earth that it can sometimes impact our power grids and cause problems for us here on Earth. So it's important to study space weather as much as it is terrestrial weather.
Awesome. And can you tell us about what's next in this NASA-NOAA collaboration?
Yeah, so again, we've had a long-term partnership, so we continue to plan for the future. So there is a GeoXO series that is going to be the GOES-R series follow-on. So we're very excited to be partnering with NOAA on that. But also NASA has, on the space weather side, we have a mission called IMAP that's launching in the springtime. And we have a rideshare mission called Space Weather Follow-On, which is a NOAA mission. So we're going to be advancing our work in space weather as much as terrestrial weather.
Awesome. Very exciting stuff. Thank you so much for being here. Glad you got to witness that in person. And yeah, thank you again.
Thank you. It's fabulous.
All right. I'll send it back to you all.
Thank you. And we've been talking, of course, about GOES-U and the mission as we continue to track the rocket and spacecraft there, T plus 17 minutes, the second stage, and GOES-U making their way through space, getting ready for another burn. Alec, we want to talk a little bit about hurricanes. You were a forecaster, meteorologist in the Gulf, right? Louisiana, spent a lot of time there. Let's talk about the most deadliest and most destructive aspect of a hurricane, and that's storm surge. How can GOES-U help with storm surge? Is that possible?
Yeah, the deadliest aspect of a hurricane, definitely storm surge, the water in general, storm surge and inland flooding. And so from GOES satellites, we monitor the strength and intensity of the storm as it comes to shore. And after landfall, we have a flood mapping capability with our ABI. This is an image with from our polar satellites and from the geosatellites with the ABI, and it shows the general extent of inundation after a storm. You can see this from the Louisiana coast after Hurricane Laura, and it gives emergency managers an idea of where flooding is on the ground. And using only our polar satellites, we can downscale this imagery to about 30-meter resolution. So this image that we're looking at now is from the polar satellites, and it gives you a better idea of where water is still residual in communities. And so this is residual water from storm surge and water from flooding from heavy rains.
So this is a valuable tool, as you mentioned, for emergency managers after a storm, because you got to know where your flooding is. You got to know where the people who are potentially stranded from that kind of water need help.
And to deploy resources and to coordinate response.
All right, very good. So continuing talking about hurricanes a little bit, earlier in the show we talked about NOAA's forecast for this year, and it's going to be a super active one. 4 to 7 major hurricanes with 110 plus mile per hour winds forecast for this hurricane season. Very important to the folks here in Florida and all the way up the eastern seaboard, as well as the Gulf. Why so many this year?
That's right. We're really seeing exceptionally warm sea surface temperatures across the Atlantic Basin, the Caribbean, and to the Gulf, and that's the main driver. We're also seeing weaker wind shear aloft. That would be a favorable environment for these storms to take off.
Right, and so when it comes to planning, it's really important that people have a plan. I think it's probably, every year we hear it, start a plan now. Most people, I think, or many people, I should say, probably say, I'll worry about that when I hear that's a storm coming. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, an active season forecast is a helpful reminder to revisit your plans every year, right? It really just takes one storm to impact your community, and so it could even be a light season, and if you get hit by a hurricane, then it's a big one for you, right? We had one of our Hurricane Hunter aircraft with us at Kennedy earlier today. So with our satellite imagery from GOES, the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, we're ready at NOAA for hurricane season. So we encourage everyone along the coast to do the same.
Alex been doing a great job answering my questions and showing off the instruments of GOES, but also throughout the show, we've been asking you to submit your questions on hashtag AskNASA from the social media. So let's take a few more questions now, if you're good with that, Alec, and let's go ahead and start popping those up. We have Space Gamer on X asks, will there be any more launches for the GOES program after GOES-U, or is this the end of this part of the GOES program?
This is the end of the GOES-R series, and so next up will be GeoXO. So our future geostationary weather satellites will be this GeoXO series, with the first one scheduled to launch in 2032.
That's a ways from now, but the technology on GeoXO, how different is it going to be from GOES-U?
Even more high resolution for the current instruments. We'll have another imager. We'll have the lightning mapper. We're also adding new instruments, a hyperspectral sounder, an ocean color instrument, an atmospheric composition instrument. And that'll give us more information about our environment and our climate.
All right, another question. Let's go to Avincia. She asks, why are the satellites renamed? Why are the satellites renamed once they reach orbit?
That's right. So on the ground, we go by the letters. So this one was GOES-U. Once it reaches geostationary orbit, it'll be renamed GOES-19. It's indicative of the successful mission once it makes it. This is a risky process, and so it gets a new name once it achieves that milestone. And then we have the operational GOES-East and GOES-West positions.
All right, very good. Thank you, Alec. Let's send it back now to Philip Hargrove, who was on a packed balcony during launch with a member of NOAA's leadership. Philip.
Thanks, Daryl. Yes, I'm here joined by the director of NOAA's Office of Space Weather Observations, El Sayed Talat. Thank you so much for being here.
I'm very pleased to be here. Very excited.
Awesome. Yeah. How was the launch? Tell me what your experience was like.
It was fantastic. It was picture perfect. It was beautiful. And the sound was just amazing.
Yeah, really, really was. So we've heard a bit about this compact coronagraph. Can you tell us a bit more about that instrument and why it's important that that's on GOES-U?
So the compact coronagraph, or CCOR-1, is the first operational coronagraph that we're ever going to fly in space. And it's an advanced solar telescope that blocks a disk of the sun so that we can measure the outer atmosphere of the sun, the solar corona. And it's very important to measure that because that's where extreme space weather events originate. These large explosions off the sun called coronal mass ejections that can send billions of tons of matter hurtling towards Earth at millions of miles per hour.
Right, so it kind of creates its own solar eclipse. I think that's what you told me earlier.
Yes,
right?
Basically this telescope will be able to take a solar eclipse and send it down to the forecasters every 30 minutes, within 30 minutes, so sooner than that. And it'll be the continuous operations of having a solar eclipse basically within 30 minutes continuously.
And can you tell me about how this instrument works with the other instruments on board?
So what this instrument does, it allows us our long-term forecasting in space weather. So 1 to 4 days after we see an explosion off the sun, we measure the characteristics of these explosions and put it into our models that propagate it towards Earth and see if it's going to come towards Earth, and then estimate how big the impact is going to be. And we really need to know that because that's important to protecting our technological infrastructures. These solar storms can affect the power grids, civil aviation, and other satellite operations, as well as communications and navigations. And this works in tandem with the other solar instruments on board that measure the solar and EUV, X-ray and EUV irradiance, and image the sun. And then the imagery of the sun gives us the context imagery of the sun that is basically like looking at the Atlantic basin for tropical cyclones as they develop, and then they might develop into hurricanes. We look at the sun with the solar ultraviolet imager to see if these regions of activity, which are centered around sunspots, if they're going to develop and produce flares and explosions, these coronal mass ejections. And we measure those effects with the irradiance measurements and the particle instruments that we have on the GOES satellites.
Very interesting. And then what's next for NOAA in, with regards to space weather prediction?
So it's a very exciting time for space weather because we're developing, enhancing our capabilities. We are going to fly next year, in 2025, the Space Weather Follow-on L1 mission that is going to be an upstream buoy for measuring the solar wind and incoming solar effects, 1 million miles upstream of Earth towards the sun.
Very exciting stuff. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll toss it back to you, Megan.
Philip, Mick and I, again, are back here at the Mission Director Center at Hangar AE on Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and we continue to monitor the teams as they continue the journey to deliver GOES-U to its correct orbit around the Earth.
Yeah, things are going very well. That first burn, all the telemetry looked very good, nominal. The vehicle's in a coast phase right now. Our next step coming up will be SES-2, that second burn, which we should be hearing here in about 20-25 seconds. Things are progressing well, and GOES-U looks very good.
Mm-hmm. Again, the milestone bar at the bottom of your screen is where we are in the milestones to getting GOES-U into its correct orbit. SES-2 is that second burn that we're talking about, and we're tracking that for 26 minutes and 19 seconds. So 5 seconds from now. All right, and there we go. We see the MVAC engine on the Falcon Heavy second stage lighting up. This is the second of 3 burns for this engine. This burn is going to last about 1 minute and 27 seconds.
Things are going very well with the launch vehicle as they are on this trajectory that Mark Hammett's talked about, raising that orbit up to where we need to get going for that coast phase to head out to geotransfer. So things are looking very well, and all the telemetry on second stage is performing good. Our MVAC is performing very well, and telemetry looks like we are heading in the right direction, and the vehicle is performing nominal.
The image that you're seeing right there, an animation, again, of where we are, the trajectory that we have been keeping an eye on, and as you said, that we had an interview about earlier in the broadcast.
Yep, we are about 20 seconds from SECO 2, and the vehicle is progressing in a good velocity, stage 2 velocity, and putting GOES-U where it needs to be and making that adjustment in the trajectory that Philip and Mark talked about. And things look good as we're getting ready for MVAC shutdown here in about 5 seconds. Things still progressing well. And There we see MVAC shutdown, and we are beginning this coast phase. Megan, things look good on the vehicle as we are watching the telemetry screens here from SpaceX. The vehicle performed very well
Nominal
during
transfer
that
orbit.
burn. And there we heard the call out for a nominal transfer orbit, and we get ready for this long coast before our third burn.
Absolutely, a long coast phase. We're looking at a coast phase of about 3 hours and 53 minutes. Again, this is a very well choreographed to the second trajectory that gets us to that geostationary transfer orbit that you're talking about. LSP's mission is to deliver GOES-U to that geostationary transfer orbit. And while it's there, they're going to do some checkouts of the satellite. And then once operational in geostationary orbit, that is where GOES-U becomes goes east, and we'll keep a continuous watch over the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, as we get GOES-U on its way today, things progressing forward. As Alex said, very exciting to see the liftoff of the Falcon Heavy with GOES-U. Second stage is performing very well on that, and as we can see on the screen there, that stage 2 is coasting where it needs to get to, that normal geotransfer orbit insertion that we've heard about from Mark and Philip, and things are going to progress very well as the vehicle orients itself and gets GOES-U oriented on its way for that third burn, which will be a very important burn to finalize the mission to get ready for deployment. And part of that would be that the Falcon Heavy performed so well today that will that extra performance we had will give GOES-U a little bit of extra life on orbit, because they don't have to use as much spacecraft fuel to get to geostationary. So vehicle performance looked very good today.
Yeah, GOES-U, the GOES satellites are designed to have 15 years of life, but because we are saving propellant on the spacecraft, because Falcon Heavy is delivering it farther towards its orbit, we are looking at a 20 or 20 plus
Almost
year
20
life.
years,
Yep. So again, just any other check of the spacecraft before we sign off for a little bit for this coast phase, Meg?
Nope, everything looks good on the spacecraft side. They are operating on batteries. As Mark said, they are on the right trajectory with the sun in the right position to get ready for deployment. And after deployment, they'll get some of their solar arrays out, partial solar array deployment, to be able to charge those batteries and get going, and then begin their work in the next few weeks to get to geostationary.
All right, so again, a coast phase of just under 4 hours. Mick and I are going to pop in at the top of every hour, so 7 and 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, to give you some quick updates about how everything's going. But for now, let's toss it back to Philip.
Thanks, Megan. Yes, I'm here with the NOAA Administrator, Rick Spinrad. Thank you so much for being here with me.
I'm delighted to be here for this wonderful occasion.
Awesome. Yeah, tell me about the occasion. What was your experience like?
So this was obviously an awesome experience, seeing the launch. I've got to say that it's a seminal event. It happens over just a few minutes, but you realize there's years and years and thousands of hours of contributions from everybody, and see it come together so beautifully, so well done, so comprehensively is awesome in the literal sense of the word.
Absolutely. Thank you for that perspective. Can you tell me a bit about why this satellite is important to the nation?
So for us at NOAA, we feel that our main responsibility is providing environmental intelligence about the Earth so that people can make decisions about economics, about safety, about protection of property. This satellite is a critical component in our understanding what's happening in the Earth, the ability to watch it, see storms forming, see smoke moving, see all the changes in the patterns of the currents in the oceans, and use that then to provide decision support. All of this is contributing to what we hope will be a climate-ready nation. We can only be climate-ready and be prepared for the impacts of change and devastating weather and climate events if we've got the information upon which we can make decisions.
Right. And can you talk about how NOAA collaborates with NASA to get that information and achieve those goals?
We've been working with NASA for decades. It's a wonderful collaboration. In fact, if you look at the people at the launch here, many of them worked in both agencies for many years. And basically, to define the sort of swim lanes of responsibility, NASA is the acquisition agent. They have responsibility for making sure the satellite and the sensors are built according to the specifications. NASA also obviously provides the launch services that we saw here today. NOAA is the operator and manager, so when the system becomes operational, we also provide the funding for the acquisition. But by this spring, when GOES-U becomes GOES-19, it will be an operational satellite. That will be our responsibility to be monitoring the health and using the data 24/7, 365.
Awesome. And can you tell me about what you're looking forward to with this collaboration?
The continuation and continue to build the capabilities. NASA brings some incredible innovation to the table that we're going to build into the next generation of satellites. GeoXO is the continuation of the GOES-R series. We'll be launching GeoXO in about 2032, and between now and 2032, I expect nothing more than the continued great collaboration and innovation we've seen between NASA and NOAA over the last several decades.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's some exciting stuff, so I appreciate you telling me all about it, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right, back to you.
Thank you, Philip and Rick. And that was a nice burn that we just saw there. Still good things happening.
Nominal, on the way to orbit.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Stoked about that. All right. So now GOES-U will coast for almost 4 hours before spacecraft separation. Alec and I are going to step aside during that time, but of course, we're going to be keeping track on what's happening. There'll be a live tracking animation of the journey the entire time. And of course, we'll have brief updates on GOES-U from Megan and Mick on the hour. But before we break, after the successful launch of a weather satellite, well, we want to celebrate a little bit by showing and sharing some of the best weather art submitted to us by kids from around the world. And the theme of this campaign, what was it, Alec?
Lightning.
We like lightning. And there it is. It's part of NASA's Space Place Art Challenge, where every month we invite kids to draw something space related or make some art out of it. You can see it's not all drawn. In honor of GOES-U's launch today, we asked kids to draw what lightning looks like or make some lightning. And there were hundreds of submissions that you see there. If you want to see the rest of them, you can just scan the QR code at the lower right-hand part of your screen. You can see all 23 finalists. I even saw somebody made one with Legos.
Yeah, that was neat. And the Cascades, the Pacific Northwest made it in there. Lightning over Mount Hood. Wow.
Lightnings were striking Mount Hood. Yeah, that was cool. Good stuff. Thank you to all the kids who submitted that art. So now stay tuned for continued coverage of the GOES-U satellite during its coast phase. Alec and I will rejoin coverage at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time to bring you the final third burn and live images of GOES-U separating from the rocket. Until then, have a good night.
And this is Mick Woltman, and welcome back to the live official launch broadcast of GOES-U. Now, GOES-U is NOAA's fourth and final satellite in its most advanced series of weather satellites, and it launched about an hour and 30 minutes ago from Kennedy Space Center here, Launch Complex 39A. Right now, we are joining you because we're going to walk you through some of what we expect to see in the next few hours, because right now we're in a coast phase, meaning the GOES-U satellite is coasting in space, waiting for its next burn. It's a third and final burn. But first, we want to take a closer look at GOES-U, right? Let's talk to you about what it looks like, what it does. GOES-U is about the size of a small school bus and weighs over 6,000 pounds. It has a 5-panel solar array that powers the satellite. Its instruments, computers, data processors, sensors, and also telecommunications equipment. GOES-U has 7 advanced instruments that can analyze weather hazards and environmental conditions, including hurricanes, lightning, space weather, the magnetosphere, and solar flares, and then relay that data back to us here on Earth. So really a great tool that we have here. And Mick, so far, how is the spacecraft looking as it continues to coast?
Yeah, during this long coast, almost 4-hour coast, we're an hour in. Things are looking great. Spacecraft is nestled on top of the Falcon Heavy second stage and continues to move along during this coast phase. But the team is very happy so far. They've done what we call a quick look data review of the ascent flight through that second burn, and so far everything looks absolutely nominal for the Falcon Heavy. That performance that Falcon Heavy gave us got us right where we need to be, getting ready for this third burn to get us for deployment into geotransfer orbit. So very happy with performance today and looking forward to getting to SES-3.
And these are live views from the spacecraft now and from the Falcon Heavy second stage that it's attached to. You're looking at GOES-U there wrapped up. And then that is the engine on that Falcon Heavy.
Engine on second stage.
Exactly.
Yep.
And you can see it's not burning. Again, it is not in a burn, and it is just coasting now and will continue to coast until about 10 p.m. Eastern time, Mick.
Yeah, it's everything's going great, and this coast phase is very important for us to get us where we need to go. Those live video feeds are amazing to see GOES-U in space, and MVAC looks very nice there. Things continue to go well. So looking forward to getting GOES-U where it needs to be and doing the science that it's made for.
All right, so again, a check of the clock. We are 1 hour, 36 minutes from launch. We will see GOES-U continue to coast until about 9:47 p.m. Eastern time. So hope you continue to follow along. Mick and I will be back at 8 p.m. to give you the latest updates as the team continues to monitor the second stage as well as the GOES-U spacecraft. Hey, and welcome back to live coverage of GOES U, the mission that launched about 3 hours and 34 minutes ago on a SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket from Kennedy Space Center. GOES U is the fourth and final satellite in NOAA's GOES-R satellite series. You see at the top there, the Falcon Heavy rocket lifting off. Again, 3 hours and 34 minutes ago. GOES U will help billions of people by monitoring weather and environmental conditions in near real time over the entire Western Hemisphere. So as you can see there in the video, the Heavy's 3 first stage boosters did their job. They got GOES U out of the Earth's atmosphere. And then afterwards, the second stage continued on with GOES U. You can hear the cheers from the crowd below in that video. So those 3 boosters did their job, got GOES U into space. The top of the rocket, the second stage, with the GOES U satellite, those continued on after this ascent. And now GOES U has been coasting for just over 3 hours. And we've actually been able to show people live views of GOES U coasting. Right here is one of those views we have now over the last 3 hours. Again, coasting now for just over 3 hours. That's a view there of GOES U. And you see the Earth in the background, Mick.
Yeah, if you notice those views over the last several hours you've been watching, Earth has kind of come in and out of view, and there's a purpose that we have on the mission that's been going on. We refer to that as a barbecue roll.
Also, again, we talked about the trajectory for this particular mission, very complicated and all things that they do need to consider. But the trajectory and everything, all the analysis, it looks good. Right now, GOES U is about 19,000 miles above Earth, right where the team wanted it to be, right, Mick?
That's correct. Throughout this long coast that we've been going, our altitude has continued to increase during the coast phase, which is exactly what we wanted as we got the push we got from the second stage, second burn. Is very happy about that. I think we mentioned earlier that the spacecraft was designed for 15 to 17 years, and this will give it about 20 to 23 years of life on orbit, and that is huge for weather forecasting.
Right, because of this third burn that's getting the spacecraft farther along the trajectory.
Correct.
Instead of the spacecraft having to do it, Falcon Heavy's second stage did it.
Absolutely.
Right. And since we're speaking about GOES U again, how's the satellite looking so far?
Satellite's looking good. Teams continue to monitor it. As you see there in the picture, sitting on top of the second stage in that slow rotation as you see the shadows move across the bottom of the SEP ring there. But the vehicle, second stage and GOES U both look really good, so looking forward to continuing this mission.
All right, so this was our last little status update before our entire broadcast team joins you back on air again at 9:40 p.m. Eastern. That's to track the final mission milestones. You were talking about those, Mick, already, that third and final burn for the second stage engine of the Falcon Heavy, as well as actually separating GOES U from that second stage. You see on our progress bar on the bottom of your screen there, again, tracking that third burn and deployment. So we hope you join us back here at 9:40 again with the whole team. We'll carry you through the rest of our live launch coverage of GOES U. We'll see you then.
And welcome back to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Daryl Nail, and this...
I'm Alec Gravin.
He's from NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Good to see you again. We had a very long coast phase, but now we're back for some exciting stuff.
Oh, it's been an exciting day. I can't wait to see that spacecraft out there on its own.
We're about to see that moment where it floats off into space, coming up in just a little bit. NASA's coverage of the GOES-U mission, which launched about 3.5 hours ago aboard a SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket from the Kennedy Space Center, was started at 5:26 p.m. with a launch. If you missed it, here's a quick replay. And there you hear the rumble and roar at 5:26 p.m. Eastern Time. SpaceX lifted off their Falcon Heavy with a GOES-U satellite aboard, and it was a beauty. Facing east, it was clear skies as the rocket sailed up into space. Behind it, though, there were storms that stayed at bay off in the inland part of Florida. And looking down from the rocket, it was just a beautiful sight to see that rocket get off the ground and into space. People were excited and thrilled as the rocket roared, and we watched it go up, and that was the beginning of what would become a 3.5-hour journey that has led us now to over 4 hours. And so here we are back waiting for this big moment. And, you know, this satellite, once it is deployed, has a lot of features that's going to help a lot of people. And I want to ask you, first of all, after launch, we followed the mission, like we said, for 2 burns, and then we entered that coast phase. We're still in the coast phase now, but we're going to follow that 3rd burn and then spacecraft separation. Let's take another look now at this satellite, and then let's talk a little bit about some of the features and some of the things it can do. It's the 4th and the last of the GOES-R series of satellites operated by NOAA. GOES-U is about the size of a small school bus, and it weighs over 6,000 pounds. It has a 5-panel solar array that powers the satellite, its instruments, computers, data processors, sensors, and telecommunications equipment. GOES-U has 7 advanced instruments that can analyze weather hazards and environmental conditions, including hurricanes, lightning, space weather, the magnetosphere, and solar flares, and that it can relay that data back to Earth. Alec, NASA and NOAA, of course, we've been launching satellites now, weather satellites, for nearly 50 years as a partnership. How does this particular satellite benefit the public?
Yeah, it's really the real-time 24/7 monitoring. We need the observations from the satellite to issue life-saving warnings for the protection of life and property, to track severe storms, track hurricanes, detect wildfires.
And new for this satellite, it's got a coronagraph on it, and now you're also going to be helping with solar weather.
Yeah, and this will be the first ever operational coronagraph, again, to get those warnings for space weather to industry users and to the public.
Where is the coronagraph? Because we got a model right here.
Yep, it is it's pointed on the solar platform, and so it is coming off.
Oh, right here.
Yep.
There it is. See? So how does that work? Like, you know, because the solar array needs to be pointed at the sun, the coronagraph also needs to always be pointed at the sun.
That's right. And so it actually sees with white light. And so the coronagraph, we also think it might be good, for example, at identifying comets as they pass close to the sun.
Now, there are 2 GOES satellites up there right now. Describe what they do, and then GOES-U, its role in displacing one of them.
Yeah, we have 2 operational positions. Goes east, it's over the equator, over the Atlantic Ocean, covers most of the eastern U.S., and goes west is over the equator, over the Pacific Ocean, covering most of the western U.S. And together they cover the entire western hemisphere from the west coast of Africa all the way down to New Zealand, the North Pole to the South Pole.
And we really need to have all the way to the coast of Africa, because one of the key things that this is a sentinel for is essentially, you know, hurricanes. I mean, these things that come off the coast of Africa and impact us severely need to be tracked as early as you can possibly do it.
And that's really the legacy of the GOES series. We had an awesome science session with the GOES team on Sunday, and there's a great quote from one of the former directors of the National Hurricane Center calling GOES satellite imagery the single greatest advancement for hurricane forecasting.
How about that? And you are advancing GOES into the next generation of weather satellites. As you mentioned, this is the last in a series. Tell me a little bit about what we can expect from GeoXO, which is going to be the one that succeeds this.
Oh, that's right. So our next generation, it's the first one will launch in 2032, and so that'll take us the 2030s all the way to 2050. It's incredible that they're already planning for this today. It'll have similar instruments, lightning mapper, imager, and there'll be some new instruments like an ocean color instrument to better understand the health of our ocean, and an atmospheric sounder, and so that will help us improve nowcasting of severe storms and to get profiles inside the storms as they form. And we will also have an atmospheric composition instrument, and that will help us understand air quality and the climate impacts associated with climate change.
And so your thoughts now, before we toss it to our commentators, about getting ready to watch this satellite come off the rocket.
Oh, to see it on its own in space, I can't wait. We got to visit GOES-U in the clean room at Lockheed Martin in Colorado a couple years ago, and knowing it was there and then on the rocket and now ready to go off on its own in orbit, I can't believe it.
All right, well, we've got a third burn to start us off first, and then we'll get to that separation. So this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Let's bring in NASA commentators Megan Cruz and Mick Woltman to walk us through the mission's last burn and spacecraft separation.
Hey guys, yeah, we're back again here from the Mission Director Center at Hangar AE at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and we want to direct you guys' attention to the bottom three milestones left in the progress bar on the bottom of your screen there. We see SES-3, SECO-3, and GOES-U deploy. Those first two are referring to the last and final burn of the MVAC engine on the second stage of the Heavy.
Yeah, it's coming up very shortly here. It'll be a very short burn, about 30 seconds. This will be the final burn to get GOES-U into the proper orbit and getting ready for deployment as we get ready for stage ignition. There we see the MVAC engine starting up for this burn. It's like I said, it's going to be about a 30-second burn, just maneuvering the second stage and GOES-U into position to get ready for GOES-U's deployment. And so far this mission, everything has looked great today. Megan?
Yeah, it's great to see the engine reignited again for this final burn. We've been watching this engine with the GOES-U satellite now coasting for about 4 hours, so it's nice to see it again lit up and reigniting for this final 30-something or so burn.
And there we see shutdown of the MVAC engine, getting ready for payload deployment, and we heard the call out for nominal insertion of orbit, getting ready for the GOES-U satellite to be deployed in about 8 minutes from now for the team to do that. So I can tell you that the spacecraft is working their procedures. They have powered up their inertial systems and getting things aligned and ready to go to get ready to separate from the second stage and deploy in orbit and start their work, as we see a picture there of GOES-U on the front of stage 2.
Yeah, and the GOES-U spacecraft now about 20,000 miles above the Earth, exactly where the team wanted it to be.
Yeah, exactly. Good trajectory today. As I said earlier, the data from the team, everything's looking good. Falcon Heavy performed very well. Second stage through this third burn has performed nominally, and everything looks good. Good insertion orbit, and we are just sitting waiting to see GOES-U start its science missions.
So again, the final dot that's left on our progress bar on the bottom of the screen is GOES-U deploying, GOES-U being separated from the Falcon Heavy's second stage, and we're expecting that in about 7 minutes now, so T plus 4 hours, 30 minutes, and 2 seconds. So again, watching the clock there on the top corner of your screen, waiting for this final milestone that we're covering on this live broadcast today. And one really cool thing, Mick, is we're going to continue to get these amazing live views from the spacecraft and capturing live views specifically of separation. This is going to be a first for the GOES mission.
Yeah, these views we've had through this whole coast period have just been incredible. To see second stage and GOES-U out in space, as you said, about 20,000 miles out. It's just been awesome sitting here watching these and being a part of this mission and enjoying it. As Alex said, this is the moment that we've been waiting for, and it's going to be very exciting to see it happen in real time on the video. That is going to be a first for GOES-U, and I know several members of this team.
Yeah. And GOES-U, will continue nearly 50 years of NOAA and NASA partnering together to keep a watchful eye on the Earth. And now with this new compact coronagraph, this new instrument specifically on GOES-U, different from the previous GOES-R satellites in this series, that's a really exciting ability to be able to add to this fleet of satellites.
Yeah, as Alec and Daryl talked earlier at lunchtime, this SEACOR instrument is going to provide us a lot of great data looking at the solar flares and solar work that's going on that will help predict some things and help work out what disasters may happen because of those. And I think this is great. And as we said, GOES-U will be taking over for GOES-R once it gets on orbit. And the reason they're doing that is to get this SEACOR instrument out there and get that data. So things are looking very good from that. As you said, a 50-year career with GOES-U's here. For me personally, this will be my 10th GOES satellite in my aerospace career. So I have very much enjoyed working with NOAA and on these GOES satellites and launching these, and very happy to see what's going to happen with GOES-U and the data we get.
Yeah, I mean, really, this satellite is going to help inform and help keep safe billions of people that are in the Western Hemisphere. And really, I mean, we use GOES data every day. We pick up our cell phones, we look at the weather forecast. I mean, that is informed by GOES data. Today's launch weather, informed by GOES data. So really, a mission that touches our everyday lives.
Yes, very important for all of us here on Mother Earth to be watching the different weathers, things, and especially here for us living in Florida, we love GOES satellites. The GOES-R series has been great for that, for us to get data in a faster and more data actually to help predict hurricanes and tornadoes across the United States and all those kind of things. So it's been a very good partnership with NOAA. And very excited to see what GOES-U will provide to the world in its data.
And I do want to talk a little bit more about SEACOR, that compact coronagraph. I mean, how timely, right, to be able to add this to GOES's arsenal, as just last month, right, we had that huge solar storm. It was the highest level geomagnetic storm in Earth's atmosphere because there were coronal mass ejections coming off of the sun that affected our telecommunication systems, our satellite navigations, other technologies. I mean, we saw that in real life, just a month ago, how what's going on with the sun can affect us here.
Yeah, it's very timely, and that will be very impressive to be able to watch that. I think one of the cool things for me as a engineer working rockets and science, as Alec explained earlier, is how the coronagraph works, basically getting that solar eclipse view all the time. I think that's very impressive how the team designed that SEACOR and are getting this data so they can measure the solar flare velocities and lengths that come off and how that affects us here on Earth later on. So I think it's a very timely launch of GOES-U, and I know that the weather forecasters and scientists will be looking forward to that data.
Yeah. Now a check on the clock. We are about 2 minutes away from what we hope to see, spacecraft separation. Again, GOES-U floating away from the Falcon Heavy second stage and into its correct orbit around our Earth. Now, the spacecraft team behind us here at the Mission Directors Center here at Hangar AE, they are patiently, again, awaiting this separation. NASA is going to be responsible for the initial operations of GOES-U before turning it over for long-term operations to NOAA. And once in orbit, GOES-U becomes GOES-19. It'll undergo checkouts of all the systems. And then once operational, which the spacecraft team is expecting around spring next year, GOES-U will become GOES-East and will operate in tandem with the GOES-West satellite. Together, they will advance our capabilities in weather forecasting, environmental monitoring, as well as disaster response. So again, a great tool for us here on Earth.
A major asset in the weather forecasting and for the agency. Not only NASA to be able to launch this in partners with SpaceX today and working with our other team members at the United States Space Force, an incredible launch of GOES-U. As we saw the replay earlier, getting things done, and we are coming up on GOES-U deployment. As you see the picture there of GOES-U on the front of the Falcon Heavy second stage. Things continue to look good, and the spacecraft team is configuring the spacecraft, getting ready for this deployment, and to do the operations they need to do once deployment occurs to get GOES-U up and running and getting it ready for its checkout over the next several weeks to get into geostationary orbit. Today we're going to drop this off here and what we call a geotransfer, that giving a pinpoint area and giving more life to GOES-U. So things look very good so far as we continue to move forward, waiting for GOES-U
payload separation confirmed.
There it goes. We're getting a round of applause here from the spacecraft team behind us as we watch GOES-U float into space.
That is an incredible view, seeing
wow,
GOES-U with Earth there in the background. As you said, this is a first for GOES-U, seeing real-time deployment. I'm in awe. This is very neat photo to see there.
Yeah, beautiful imagery, an opportunity for the team to really see their work come to fruition, right? Teams have been working on the GOES-U satellite with SpaceX to get us to this moment right now that we are watching live on NASA TV. It's just wonderful to see their work at the beginning of its mission, really. I mean, this is the last mission milestone that we're covering on this launch broadcast, but this is just the beginning for GOES-U.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of work still to do. The team will partially deploy solar arrays to start getting the batteries on board power positive and charged, and they've got some other things they need to check out, as we heard from Alec earlier, getting ready GOES-U to move into geostationary orbit, and things are looking really well. That's just amazing, the live video from there. I've been doing this for almost 30 years, and I'm going to tell you, I enjoy watching the rocket launches. Every one is great, but this is really, really cool to see live spacecraft separation for this long of this important satellite.
And if you're just joining us, you are looking at incredible live views coming from on board the second stage of Falcon Heavy. It has been journeying for 4 hours and 32 minutes, and GOES-U has officially been deployed into its geostationary transfer orbit. Now, over the next 6 to 9 months, it will journey to its final location, go through final checkouts, and then be renamed GOES-19 and take up the GOES-East location and become part of their online system. This is the final GOES launch of this type of spacecraft. The next one won't launch till 2032, and we hope you'll join us here for that. So make sure you take a moment, hit that subscribe button so you never miss another live launch coverage. If it was your first time here, though, welcome here at the launch pad. It's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, and we hope that you will join us for more future live launch coverage, space news updates, exclusive one-on-one interviews, and more. But from our TLP Canada studio, on behalf of the entire TLP crew, thank you so much for joining us. Go NASA, go NOAA, go GOES-U, and we hope to see you next time because space is better together. Good night.